All right. Yeah, Simon. So Nut.js is able to extract native GUI elements. Okay, cool. So it can like identify the button specifically. So if you move the window, it's not just using like a coordinate within the like within the screen, right? Got it. Yeah, that's cool. Um, so yeah, we just launched on YouTube or just started up. For YouTube, let me just sum up what our plan for today is. We did some really good work adding snippet and posted at and an is read value to our keyword events. And we've done some other like backend data parts of things. But now we need to create the backend endpoints to fetch that data for the front end. And yeah, we're going to do it in a somewhat naive fashion first, and then after that, we can do more. Simon, okay, so you're using the accessibility API to get access to what those clickable GUI elements are. Got it. Okay. There's a video on it too. Nice. Well done. Foo and bar. Yeah. We're checking all the boxes. All right. So the part we're at. Oh, and I should take a vitamin D. So let's go look at our router. Let's make sure we got the endpoints that we actually want. Uh, I mean, technically Lightspeed, if you look up the origins of foo and bar in software, they actually have the same like origin as the military version of foobar. Right? So software devs took the military term and then just split it into two separate words. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We skipped this song though. But all right, so resources, events. We've got index show. What we actually want to do is update as well. Deleting. All programmers should have to watch Full Metal Jacket. Private pile. Would we want to delete? I'm thinking no on the delete. I'm thinking no on the delete for now. So yes, index show. And show is going to be the thing that has like the full contents on it. So we do want both of those. Yep. All right. So we've got those two endpoints. Those three. We go look at this. The more I think about it, I think keyword event content just isn't a thing. It's its own separate entity, sure, but we don't need separate, like a whole separate controller for it. So keyword event content goes away. I'm not sure when we're ever going to call a create as an admin, but we do want to do an index, a show, an update, and delete would be an admin thing. So yeah, I'm thinking we get rid of create there. We'll just leave it for now. All right, so then here in keyword event. Listing keyword events should be easy enough, but the params we care about now hold on, let me double check this. They are string-based params. And in fact, we can make that be like this. Yep. I'm not sure why I ended up doing that. All right, so org ID and keyword ID. List keyword events by org ID and keyword ID. That method doesn't exist yet, but it is on the keywords repository. And hey, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? What it do? It's doing well. I don't know how to answer that, but yeah. We're chilling. We're chilling. I got an event to go to tonight. I got work to do. But yeah, we're just hanging out, doing our thing. There you go. Yeah, we risen. I don't know if that counts. I don't know. I don't think I am allowed to say that. I think that's the rules. There you go, Krasner. Yeah, or it's just the appropriate Gen Z way of like saying like Happy Easter, we risen. Like, nah, I don't think it works. I don't know. All right, so we go to the repository for keywords. Oh, excuse me. All right, and yeah, technically, I think all these can go away. A backend that will communicate directly with a front end would be worth the extra middleware and tooling to be built with gRPC. Um, do you plan on doing any microservice stuff for that backend? gRPC is pretty nice for microservicey things. The main reason gRPC and protobuf in general is really good for microservices is because you can pass around the payload within your network, but you don't have to read the entire payload if you're only wanting to grab the ID from it, right? So you can pass that payload along to microservices without doing your own filtering of that payload, because maybe one microservice only needs the ID, but then the one after that needs the actual content. At that point, the middle microservice just reads the ID, stops reading, and can free up all that CPU time to process more stuff. That's the biggest use case, in my opinion, for protobuf. You don't think you'd build microservices for that project? At that point, I don't know if it's worth it. Sure, you get the ability for gRPC to generate clients and all that stuff, but that client is going to be much heavier than just a standard like fetch wrapper. I guess the big thing is, what is your backend built with? Is it capable of generating a good SDK for the front end? If it's going to be JavaScript on the back end, JavaScript on the front end, tRPC might be the thing you're looking for. I don't know. Is this for work or is this just a side project to learn? If it's for learning purposes, then yeah, I'd say it's totally worth it. If it's like a side project you just want to get done, probably not worth it. It's tricky. I don't know. I tend to find a REST API to be a better abstraction for consumers of a backend. Ooh, and Fernando. Oh, Fernando, that you asked that over on YouTube too. Yeah, sorry about that. I just saw it over here on Twitch. You love that I'm holding more viewers than GitHub? I mean, yeah, GitHub doesn't do anything interactive. The way GitHub treats Twitch, it might as well just be a YouTube video. Right? Is there a Q&A session in anything GitHub's doing right now? Probably not. Unless it's Cassidy. Right? She does some good like office hours kind of like chatty stuff. Cassidoo does some really good hold on. Yeah, no, she's probably doing it really well. No, yeah, she's killing it. The previous things they used to do were bad. No, she's probably killing it. Yeah, she's great. Oh, that isn't Cassidy. Oh, this is like a Spanish-focused stream, too, maybe. Yeah, that isn't Cassidy. Andrea Griffiths, Colombia. Okay. So, yeah, like, it's a smaller environment, smaller group. Eh. The fact that they're doing it. Oh, Cassidy was on earlier? Got it. That makes sense. Dude, I love the fact that they're doing this. This is awesome. Like, this is really great. Yeah, I'm really pumped that they're starting to understand Twitch better. Because like AWS and GitHub and a bunch of these companies in the past have just treated their live streams as like as just another place to post a video, and it's not that. So yeah, I really like that GitHub is understanding the live streaming thing better at this point. That's really cool. Let me get more music going. Right? Like in general, brands don't do a great job of making an interactive, fun stream. And it's something like I've tried to like let them know at the company, at GetKraken, where I work. They've been like, yeah, we'll go live. It'll be an AMA. We'll be live for like a half hour, and that'll be it. And it's like, I don't know if you guys realize, but like a half hour isn't long enough for Twitch to even send out notifications. Like it's really bad, actually. Yeah, yeah. Twitch, I think, kind of blows it with the interactivity of their streams too. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, dollar sign. You got laid off for the first time. Thankfully, the bounties are holding steady while you search. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Bounties seem like a really, really good way to make money. Like, there's some people that make their living just doing bounties, right? So that's cool. What I think is really positive there for you, dollar sign, is that there's so many devs doing like vibe coding and AI driven development that there is going to be way too many jobs for security researchers in the future. So, yeah, you should be a big fan of vibe coding because it means job security for security people. Sorry, 1 second. Pouring more tea. Really, Mikris? I'd be curious about that. Yeah, I mean, Mikris, if you're willing to be nice about it, Andrus streams here on Twitch. And I bet he's really responsive in their Discord. Chat with him about it, you know? I bet they got a Discord for Coolify. He did just announce they're going to be doing a big rewrite for version 5. I believe it's Hey Andrus. I want to make sure I have that right. Hey Andrus, all one word. Yeah, it's a really great idea, and he's a cool dude. And, I'm a little biased. He sent me a free beanie. Paid advertisement, I guess. But I'll take it. Yeah, it turns out we've followed each other for a long time on like social media because I think mainly because of Levels IO, which is super cool. Like, yeah, he gave the stream a shout out years ago. So yeah, that connected me up with a lot of like indie hacker style people. So Diffio, you'd love to stream while you work? If you're not aware, there's a whole co-working thing. Ooh, so Mikris, what you might be dealing with there with the Air 520 thing is WordPress being dicks about it. That might be a WordPress problem. Like, Mikris, WordPress did some BS to prevent WP Engine from installing plugins and stuff like that. Yeah. Could be something like that. I don't know why. Not sure why Coolify would run into that issue. But yeah, Matt Mullen wigged the fuck out. And broke a bunch of stuff for the ecosystem. I mean, Diffio, if you ended up doing it, like, you could do the co-working thing where it's just you hanging out. Do some work. Right? Use like a Pomodoro timer or something, and then every once in a while you come back and you chat with your audience. Maybe talk about and show some of the stuff you're doing, and then hop back to working, right? Just have some good music going. Ooh, $. That one's tricky. How would you vet a startup? I mean, there's always Crunchbase. You can see when the last time they raised was. So yeah, let's look at Highlight. Company performance metrics. They got a bunch of stuff in there, right? Heat trend, growth score. I think one big thing is like financials. Go look at when the last time they raised was. I think it's interesting that this doesn't have the news yet, but Highlight got acquired by Launch Darkly, which is interesting. But yeah, this might be it, right? See when the last time they raised was. Like, you know, let me check one other company. Fairwinds. Growth score, not recorded. I don't think Bill is the CEO anymore, so this isn't necessarily even up to date. Financials is not listed. The last even little bit of news about them, 2021, not ideal. Monthly web visits, way down. So, I don't know. Yeah, Crunchbase is probably the best place to investigate startups. And yeah, there you go, Krasner. Krasner is very much in like the startup space as well. So yeah. Right? What's your runway? Like, you know, how much funding do you have? What is your goal for scale? Right? They better have a product on the market. So yeah, I don't know. I hope that helps a little bit there, $. Check Hatch. I feel like I've seen or heard Hatch recently. I forget what they do. But let's just do one thing real quick. Like, you can do this too. I don't necessarily want to review this for you because this is your homework and this is not financial advice. But which one is it? Is it the egg or is it the... Probably not the services firm. It's probably this one, right? So smart sleep projects or whatever. So they're generating a bunch of heat, but their growth seems to have gone down. I'm not sure what causes these things. I don't know, man. Not sure. Yeah, I know nothing about how to really vet these things, but last time they did a funding round was 2020, which is not a great sign, and their lead investor has been the same one every time. I don't know if that's a bad sign. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I'm just showing you that you can look this stuff up, you can find stuff, but I don't know. IPO prediction, very likely. They do think it is likely they will be acquired. I'm not sure why they think that. And yeah, in a lot of these cases, they source where they get their data from. Whoa. Down 50% ish in the past month, though, is not a great sign. Yeah, like check Glassdoor. Like, all of these sites are public. Monthly web visits fluctuates heavily. I mean, you would expect it to fluctuate heavily on specific patterns. What happened within the past month that would have done that? I can't think of anything. Now, most everybody gets a dip during December. I'm really curious about this now. If their IT spend is only 400K, that seems like a pretty small team. Again, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm just looking at data. This is all up to you to figure out. This is not financial advice. You got to make your own decisions. But 10 years in, the 10-year mark is a pretty good point at which they're going to be looking for acquisition, etc. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, we can look at news. 6 best alarm clocks. Hatch is one of them, okay? What? Is this the same hatch? I don't think that's the same hatch. That is not the same hatch. Okay, so yeah, they've got a bit of an issue here. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the wrong hatch because some startup agency. Honestly, that explains their dip in traffic. The SEO. That other agency is eating a bunch of their SEO. Oh, that was weird. Oh, the founder is a partner at the firm that funded it. Yeah. And you're saying, well, hold on. Are you sure? Because they haven't raised since 2020. Like consistent raises pretty much every year until COVID. And then 5 years of nothing. I don't know if that's a good sign. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Right? Like she works at the company and they haven't raised in 5 years. How big was that raise? We don't get that number. So that's a little trickier. You can access money raised for free. Okay, fine. Let me just log in real quick. I thought I'd done this already. Yeah, I've done that before. Sure. $9.8 million in 2020. So it's possible that they just haven't needed to raise. No, it's fine because I'm actually really curious about it too, G dollar sign. Like, I thought it was a really good question, actually, because I'm also curious. But yeah, Crunchbase is the best place to go check out startup stuff. Like, that's their bread and butter. But okay, so A, over on YouTube, hope you're still out there. Sorry for the delay. What am I building? I really do need... I need a set of commands for YouTube. But let me at least copy and paste it for you. There you go. And Moshiko, thanks for the 15 stream streak. And DBK and Bruno Cruz, thank you for the follows. Welcome. All right, so back to the part that we're working on. We need to modify some endpoints. And yeah, we can get rid of that for the moment. We're doing some debugging a little bit ago. But yeah, so keyword events are the next thing. So yeah, list keyword event, and this should be events. Yeah, no worries, dollar sign. Like, honestly, I should kill that command. I do need to chat with some people about it, but I don't know. It's mainly just to, like, how GitKraken could maybe make some content to, like, you know, like a landing page or something for Salesforce and SAP developers. But I don't know for sure. All right, so list keyword events. And we want, oh, wrong thing. By org ID and keyword ID. Ooh, what do we think? Did Super Maven nail it? Wait, what do you mean, Mikris? You mean for this project? We're going to go subscription-based. But we're going to have the idea of credits in some way. Yeah, it's close, but we're not validating that the user is a part of this organization. Credits are fine if the use case is fine, Mikris. Like, there is no generic yes or no answer to that question. You got to provide context. Mikris, you should know this. An X versus Y question without context is meaningless. It's pretty good. I think the big thing is we don't want to join on the content for this. Right? The content is going to be elsewhere. Now, I can't remember. You basically treat an on like a where clause, right? Or can I add a second where to the join? Because keyword event doesn't have the org ID. We could do just a second query. Right? Like I want to prevent a user from getting keywords that are not in their org. Doing two queries is the easier way, but joining them into one query is probably the faster way. Yeah, I mean, so this is not like Elixir specific. Sure, the syntax is Elixir, but this is just SQL, right? So in SQL, can you do a second where for the join? We can optimize it in the future. Yeah, I think I'm over optimizing this. But org ID is then not something we're doing. You can have and in an on, but that would be joining on a thing that's present in the thing you're joining on, right? But I do think we can do this the naive way first. Yeah, exactly, the bread. Okay, so you guys do it that way? All right. I do think it complicates things because then I need to do like the aggregate function. And I don't want to, well, we need to do a group by. But it would be keyword.id. Honestly, that one we could have just left. Yeah, we'll test this. We'll double check it. So we've got this query here. We'll make events there a link. So we do have some front end stuff to do. So keyword ID events. We get to that page. That seems like a really weird comment. You can take 10 minutes and think if that's the person you really want to be. For a first message in chat? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, I'm not sure about the context, and I don't feel like talking about it. It just sounds weird. We do need to do this, though. I think... Yeah, we can just do it that way. Yep. Wrapping the link around it, I think, is the better way to go. So then we click it. We got an error, though. We got a lot of errors. Let's clear that. Hold on. Ooh, wait, what's going on here? Create keyword event content is failing for us. But why? And has it been doing that the whole time? No, we were good for a bit. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Hold on. I'm going to copy... Yeah, I was totally mistaken. We want to keep all those around. And I want to keep the list keyword event as well. We're going to create a new method for that. Gonna go play some RuneScape? Yeah, no worries, $. Have a good one. See you again soon. Yeah, so I deleted a method that we needed. That doesn't change the fact that this is not the right route. So our front end routing is broken. Yeah, that's so strange to me because the route is resolving. I think I have this defined wrong. But it looks right to me. Wrong button. All right, so now let me double check something in the React router docs. Maybe I'm missing something. Here we go. Declarative mode is what I'm looking for. I think that's what I'm messing up. We don't want it to render that base layout. So as an example, if I went to this keywords page and I just threw... Hold on, wrong place. If I just threw outlet into here, then we would see it. Hey, what's up, Fool Dev? How you doing? Yeah, see, so we definitely don't want to do that. We don't want to treat it like a nested layout. So that's my mistake. I just forgot that part. There we go. Yeah. Just, I forgot the way that React Router does nested layouts. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What's up, Pet Food Guy? How you doing on YouTube? Okay, so on the events page, that's where we are going to set up some data fetching. Keyword service, get keyword events. Do any for now. All right, so API, orgs, keywords, keyword ID. Perfect. Let me get more music going. Yeah, call that part good for now. All right, so we have that there. Why is this page complaining? I think we just need to restart the TS server at this point. Oh, yep. Nope. I know what I did. I know what I did. I didn't make it static. That was it. All right, so we do this fetch, and we just want to get it logged. That's the easy part for now. Okay, so the way that we're doing that fetch is actually broken. All right, we're getting 5 hundo, fetching those keywords. So the method's being called, but they're complaining that our group by is missing something. And what's up, Lil Seth? How you doing on YouTube, Mr. Sir? I think that's the part they're looking for. Now we still get a 5 hundo, sad panda. Uh, That doesn't seem right. Oh. No, you know what? That looks like it did it. Okay, so now it's just the JSON part. Okay. Oh, looks like that was close. No function clause matching ATProto Elixir web keyword event JSON dot data. And Lil Seth, you're peeling adhesive off a mobile phone. Why are you doing that? Oh, what the hell? All right, so my audio crashed. Camera died too. I'm guessing the camera overheated. Because the glue that I got holding it is not strong enough. Yep. Okay, that is super annoying. Give me a second. No, it's not the humidifier this time. All right, now we're out of focus, so I gotta fix this. I think I went too far with it. Yep, okay. I always forget which direction it goes. All right, we're focused. Okay, cool. But getting up, I realized I gotta go pee. So give me a second. BRB. Ooh, the music stopped though. Let me do that part first. All right. Okay. We got there. We figured it out. And I am in focus, right? When I get back that far, like back here, I'm out of focus. But here, it's just slightly out of focus. Okay, there we go. You can make out every little hair in the mustache. It's mainly because it's not a good mustache. And Raimu, 74 months, dude. That's so crazy, dude. Really appreciate you, man. That is a long time. Can you believe I'll be hitting 7 months of stream, or 7 years of streaming in June? That's crazy. Like, dude. That's crazy. I know, right, Fool Dev? I will be at 7 years of streaming in just 2 months. Does Twitch give plaques? I don't know. I think they might give plaques for when you hit like the 5 million watch hours, which, hold on, this part might blow your mind a bit. It blows my mind every time. Let me go to my dashboard real quick. Y'all have watched me 697,000 hours. And it does say that there is an award on completion of 5 million, 50 million, and 250 million total watch hours. Pretty sure Prime has hit the 5 million or he's close. I think I was looking at this the other day. What is it? Stream charts? No. Oh, not Steam. Stream. So, dude, yeah, he hits like 293K in a month. Where's like the all-time, though? Oh, yeah. Hold on. What's another one? It's not streams charts, or stream charts, it's fuck. Twitch tracker? I think that's the one I was looking at. Maybe. Sully Gnome's good too. I don't know if they do like the all-time. Yeah, he's really close to the 5 mil. But man, 5,000 hours streamed. Oh my god, this is going to make me feel sad. I'm really curious about this. Give me a second. And I bet Sully Gnome has that data. $13,000 hours streamed. This says I got 704. Twitch only has 697, so I'm not sure what the disparity there is. So Primes is probably, let's say, 4.8, which is still crazy. So yeah, the amount of hours he's streamed versus like the result, yeah, he kills it. Not 10 times more. Twice as much. 2.5 times as much. I'm a 2.5x streamer. If we only count the amount of hours, not the viewership. Right. So what this is saying is we're not getting the whole thing back. We can just do this. We don't need to pattern match it at the moment. I think that strictness of the pattern matching is actually doing us a disservice. Oh shit. All right. So if we look at the result, okay. Oh god. So some of these we definitely don't want to show. But yeah, as far as this one goes, we can look at that. All right, so real quick, we're going to delete these. Food. That one will be a little safer. You found a new language. Pigget. What does it do, Space Case? Okay. Oh, was he streaming today? Kind of figured he'd be taking some time off after React Miami, but that was last week. So yeah, he's probably streaming today. Saw it in a VOD. Got it. Gotcha. All right, so what we want to do here is yeah, morning, Fallen. How you doing? And yeah, since we're going to be in the front end for some of this stuff for the moment, we'll just switch those over. And what we end up seeing is keyword underscore events there. So yeah, this is keyword events event. Key is ID. Yeah. H3 is then snippet. And we don't have a P tag yet. Okay, so what we want to do is maybe start building out this UI a little bit. We probably also want to start doing the pagination because this is going to get pretty heavy pretty quick. And I think we're already missing some stuff because the keyword event, I don't think we have the user's name on there yet. We're going to want that. But yeah, let's start doing this. Okay, so let me double check this. Technically, it's an H1. Yep. Yeah, I want to do that. So then here, flex row gap 4. What we could actually end up doing is some accordion stuff. I don't know if we want to do the accordion thing, though. Let's go fire up Neo-Brutalism stocks. Look at what they got. Yeah, I think I want to do this separate. Yeah, I definitely want to do that separate. So, I do want to get the individual card into its own component. Const is collapsed. So the way we want to do this maybe is we want to make this accessible. So yeah, I forget the way for a screen reader to announce showing this content. And I think technically this button actually needs to be like a checkbox under the hood. Okay. So then, yeah, the card. Actually, the card is going to have some padding on it. And what we end up wanting to do here for the snippet formatted snippet is then this. So we're going to have some state. All right, so we want keyword in there as well. Love this song. What's up, malware? Hold on, I missed it. I missed the context there. Yeah. I mean, accessibility is important for sure. I care enough to make it work, but there's always stuff that could be better, right? In general, I just want it to work, you know? If I didn't even put in like a little bit of effort, Todd Libby would be pissed at me. Ooh, and we don't have getting a single keyword. But we should. Yeah, no matter what. Yeah, we need an endpoint for that. So index create show. New track. Thank you for the follow. All right, so get a single keyword, and then here. Yep, that part looks good. Good job, Super Maven. So get keywords, create keyword. That should work. We might run into an error with it. right, so then here, keyword dot value. Ah. Let me get more music going. All right, so the page renders again, but the font bold part doesn't seem like it's working. But yeah, that would be why. So yeah, this actually breaks down because we're going to do it in a case insensitive way. So we'll have to split that out better. And instead of snippet parts, maybe it's just... Nope. right? Because we're doing a case insensitive match, at least for now, there's the possibility that it just wouldn't have that. So then once we've done this part, span before snippet, after snippet. Okay, so formatted snippet is going right there, but something here doesn't seem right. Oh, so technically the fetch of that keyword's no good. Now we're going to skip this song. So it's a back-end issue that we're not fetching this thing properly. Hey, all right, there we go. So the highlighting, though, we'll just make it bold. And what's up, Dr. Charge Norris? That's a good name. This is not a game. Okay, so this is all right so far. No worries, Charge Norris. Totally fine. I did just give you a little bit about like what I'm working on though in that message. So yeah, hope that helped. Will I? Okay. What is your icon? Hmm. So yeah, we want some other data in here. I don't think an H3 is actually this. I think it's just a div. Yeah, we're going to get into a bit of div soup here. One second, Cosmic. Um, sure, tell me about the project. Sure, go for it. And Cosmic, the chilies are letting us know what like certain sections are. It messes up on JSX. In general, here's a good example. It tells us what that bracket matches up to, which is the if keyword ID selected org. Then other parts, it has a real hard time figuring out what's going on. Instead of the shrug, I should just make it bail out. But it's still not perfect. Like here, it gets really weird. Okay. Sounds cool. This does seem a little spammy. Like, you didn't type that up just now. Yeah, malware. I'm also just pressing X to doubt. Yeah, it seems really spammy. Considering that your first message today was today, like ever was today. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, how many other streams have you done this promotion in? I don't know. Uh huh. Well, good luck to you, man. Good job. We don't know. All we have are your previous actions, and there are none. You have to understand how that's a little suspect, right? Yeah, Dr. Charge Norris, it's even more suspect because you just followed 9 minutes ago as well. Yeah. You've been following my stream, except you just followed. I don't know, man. It's just extremely suspect. And I think there are other people taking some troll bait too. Yeah, COD, let it go. Just drop it. If there's something to share eventually, they'll share it, obviously. In the meantime, we can treat it like any other vaporware. If you did it, good job. I can't wait to see you get massive amounts of funding from Y Combinator or whatever. That's the only other thing we can say about it. The rest doesn't matter. I we don't care about the vision, man. Whenever you're gonna publish it, let us know when you publish. Until then, it's vaporware. Vaporware is so much less fun than vaporwave. See, you're only here to promote. All right? The moment we're pushing back on your promotion, you're out. Super spammy, dude. Super fucking spammy. Jesus. I'll have to go rustle someone else's jimmies now, huh? You've been following, but you had no idea what we're working on. Like, I don't know, man. Too many red flags. Suspect as fuck. Take it easy there, COD. Be nice. I'm the one who's allowed to be a jerk here. Except that we've already caught you in a lie, dude. We're definitely taking the troll bait at this point. We already caught you lying. I've been following your stream. You haven't been. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's a language barrier. You just followed the stream. You haven't been following the stream. Yeah, I don't know, man. Still sounds really suspect. One second. Worker stuff. Yep. Sounds good. All right. So the next bit we want to do is I want to get a button here on the right for manipulating these things. I probably want to get... No, the keyword is food. I changed it. We were getting way too much other stuff. We were getting stuff that was definitely not stream safe. And there's still a chance with food, but it's a little bit safer. Am I taking into account if multiple keywords from different accounts point to the same post? And that's from Abdu over on YouTube. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Abdu. I mean, they can, but they're still separate keyword events because an event ties to a keyword. So I'll be recreating some of that content. I don't mind a little bit of a duplicate. Yeah, exactly, Oscriptor. There was definitely some stuff that was not okay. All right, so cheese. Cheese also works. Yeah, Abdu, we may be having a little bit of redundant data in our database. I'm not sure that's that big of a deal, because I don't really expect people to be using this for generic listening, right? They're going to be listening to keywords that matter to them. So if we duplicate a bit of data, I don't care. It's fine. We could always re-architect it later, but I think a little bit of duplication is better than overcomplicating that part. Let's think about that, though. Let's look at it real quick. We look at what is on keyword event content. We could flip this around and store the whole post. So instead of keyword event ID, the keyword event would link to the post ID. And that's an option. I'm just not sure it's worth it. Let me get another link going. Or another album going. So Oscriptor, that's exactly what Abdu said. As far as extra storage, I'm not worried about it because we have an upper limit of how long we store those events anyway. So the amount of like redundant data we're going to have in our database isn't going to be that much. Yeah, like I don't know if it's worth our time to worry about that much storage optimization. Oh, it's fine on Scriptor. He's over on YouTube, but I was responding to it, so I don't know. Yeah. Data retention will be up to the billing plan. So maybe, I don't know the exact numbers yet, Lightspeed, but on the base tier, 7 days. Next tier up, 14. Next tier after that, 30. At that point, it's not that big a deal. How am I planning to host the backend and the database? It's going to be on fly.io. Polling of keywords as they are found. I haven't thought about polling at the moment. So, I mean, SwagDev, the main gist is, yes, you'll have this page, which is worthwhile. But realistically, you're going to be consuming this from elsewhere. I don't actually expect users to jump into here that often because they're going to get notified via Slack, Discord, email, whatever. after they've created things, it's actually unlikely they're going to come back into here. We'll find out as users start using it, but this is just in case. The actual prime use case is getting this notification elsewhere. No, I don't use Copilot because I'm using Supermaven. They're totally different things. Like, they have a different name, at least at the bare minimum. You drink Coke? No, I drink Pepsi. What's the difference? The name? Like, at the bare minimum? Okay, hold on. Take it easy, Mikris. Like, you don't need to correct his grammar. It's just the internet. Let people talk. It's fine. Abdu, is this part of the UI done? No, it's the part we're building right now. Jack Daniels honey? Oh, there you go. I don't know if I've had that one. Semantically, these are not articles. Sorry, they're Mikris. Just no. They could be section, sure. But they're definitely not articles. Oh, hold on. Yeah, let's get rid of that outlet. See, did they mess that up? Nope. Drop down menus where they come from. Sweet. That part will leave, and that part will leave. So I just want to make sure the button makes it in. All right. So then that is justify between. That puts it to the end. Perfect. And I'm almost thinking I'm going to put the date at the end. But we could make it a relative date instead. Or instead of justify between, we just make the section without the button full width, right? Like width 100%. And then we can do justify between on that. Kind of like that. All right, so that ends up getting us the same result. We do the W full. All right, so before we go too much further, Wait, what's up, Diffio? Oh, okay. So that was for like another chat. I get it. That's fine. Oystered at. Well, that's not it. There we go. The order of these things is way off, though. So we want to do an order by on the back end. Here we go. And hold on. Abdo, make it smaller, put it down from the text, kind of like a tweet. We'll see. Let me just fiddle with it, okay? So yeah, we do W full there. Oop. We do a justify between. Yep, we'll be adding that here in a second. I don't think we're recording that yet at the event level, so we got to add that. I'm just making sure this looks even close to what I was thinking. And we'll probably add in the content as we do this. So then as we do that part, because it's not the full message, it's a snippet extracted from the message showing that the keyword is in it. Whether we want to change that or not, maybe, but Abdu, you're trying to backseat just a little too much, dude. Let me hack this out, and then start critiquing, maybe. I think the context of where they mention the word is more important than the start of the message. All right, so yeah, we got that there. We click it, and then we're going to have some sections in the middle of that. So then this is where the content goes. Still not a column. This is going to be a column. Yeah, it's fine, Abdu. Like, I'm still brainstorming and hacking this out. I have the UI that I've scaffolded here, and we're going to build this first. Then we can critique it once we see it. All right? It's like when someone's about to make a drawing, and you're critiquing them at the sketch phase, right? Like they're drawing their like general outlines of where things are going to go, and you're already critiquing. Like, no, stop. Technically, when you asked if this part of the UI is done, that should have been it, you know? All right, so then this, we'll just do a div. Nice, Colton. Well done. All right. So yeah, then this, we'll just say, we'll call it a span for now. We'll have to figure out the actual like structure of it. But that value doesn't exist there. Not yet. So then we'll just say posted by foobar. Oh, and yeah. So then after that section, I want to do this. So we'll do width 1/2. Hey, what's up, Owen? Nice, Colton. Sounds fun. Cool. All right, so we've got the keyword event here. At which point do we want to start fetching the full content? It's when we expand it, right? So when we click this button, we see a spinner, and then we see the text pop up. I wonder, does Neo-Brutalism have any, like, skeleton loader stuff? It's kind of just something we got to bring in ourselves. All right, so anyone have a good skeleton loader library that they like? Skeleton React. React loading skeleton. Okay, so this one is specifically React loading skeleton. React content loader. Interesting. ShadCN has a skeleton loader too. Oh, Neobrutalism had it and I just didn't see it? I think my brain just skipped over the word skeleton. It did. It's right there. Oh. Yeah, nice find. So yeah, we'll just do that. Colton. Yeah, design's tough. And Pesci, thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. And yeah, we might have one. Abdu, yeah. Someone already pointed out the neobrutalism skeleton thing, so we'll just use that one. It's what we just installed. All right, so let's look at their docs at least, though. Interesting. Yeah, I kind of like it. It's very subtle, but it's probably fine. Yeah. All right, so then let's think about how we want to initiate the fetch. Yeah. So we're going to end up having because of referential equality. Yeah, we'll just do a spread. It's easy enough. So this is going to be event contents. It's a record by string. We'll just say any for now. Now we'll do content and link. That part's easy enough. Yep, event content is then going to be keyword ID. And hold on, what we'll do here is event contents. So then this is going to be an event, and it's going to be on show details or show contents. Something like that, but that'll be an error for now. It auto-completed that part really well, though. But this is actually just going to be response. And make that async. And this part we'll just comment for now. That way it compiles and we can see some stuff. Let me get more music going. I think that was the last song. Yeah. Let's get something a little crunchier. Okay, so then for this part, this would be event contents. And yeah, I don't like doing the ternary for conditionals like this. I would rather compose it, even if they're going to live next to each other. One second. Let me just get this snippet out real quick. Okay, so Mr. Friend, there's a lot of dev people in here. Let's run something by them. Oh, so you're asking chat in general. I've ran into a situation where code changes are not reflected in the browser across multiple projects. We've run into it a few times in certain ways, but what kinds of changes? One thing that you'll maybe find is that eventually, at some point, it's not always the case, but sometimes inside of a modal, like anything that escapes the current context and uses portals, those portals are not as reactive as you would like. We ran into that a little bit here on stream just last week. But we've also run into cases where the internals of the modals were reactive. So I'm not sure what the difference was and why that was happening, but I did have to just keep restarting a few times. But I would say with Next.js, it's probably caching. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. Abdu, Swag. I think you guys are probably right. Yeah, especially if you're talking about data fetching from payload, right? Number one, I don't think payload CMS would trigger Next.js updating automatically. So you wouldn't get like a live reload event for that. And then also, yeah, if it's inside of a fetch server-side rendering-wise with Next, you're probably dealing with caching. Now, I think there's some way to turn that off. But what it's hinting to you is that you need to create some kind of like cache invalidation mechanism. And I don't know enough about Next to do that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Just remember, there are only two hard problems in programming. Naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. Okay, three hard things. But cache invalidation is absolutely one of them. All right, and this new tea brand, it is definitely growing on me. Like at first it was just too different, but yeah, it's not bad. Steven Smith Tea Maker. On Vercel, it's fairly easy to invalidate. Yeah, like what's the mechanism? Like how do you make it invalidate? Like I know there's like the stale while revalidate and all that stuff. Okay, so we do that. We want the loader in here, though, because we're not fetching that data yet. And this is where we do some of this. What's up, Standard? How you doing? Okay, so Dr. Charge Norris, thank you for the sub with the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Dewey and Ermix, thank you for the follows. Welcome. Okay, so a little bit like this. Should probably be margin bottom. Yeah. All right, give it a little space. No, you can use bro as much as you want. Don't worry about that. At least you didn't call me chief or buddy. It's a South Park reference if you're unfamiliar. Nah, bro's fine. I don't use it typically, but that's because I'm old. All right, so Abdu, this is a good enough moment to start critiquing this. We don't need the full contents of the message here just yet. We will. So Colton, yeah, one big part is they're talking about in like local dev, I believe. But what it's hinting at is you still probably need to do that in local to make it work for prod as well, right? And yeah, that South Park skit is good. I'm not your buddy, guy. I'm not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, chief, or whatever. Like, yeah, I love that bit. Yeah, I thought they had turned caching off by default. Is that one of those things they keep flip-flopping on? Because, yeah, they did one release where, like, everything was cached by default. And then the next release, they were like, all right, sorry, we turned it off. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. I figured it should be off by default, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't use Next.js. Yeah, I would personally rather use Astro and have Astro take, like, have my build process take in a hook, like a webhook from payload, and then just rebuild those pages as needed. I have a great channel, give people flowers while they're alive. Okay. I don't know what that part means, but okay. I try to be conscientious, for sure. I'm also a dick. Like, I can be a jerk sometimes too. I think in many cases I am a bit of a skeptic. And yeah, some people catch my skepticism in the wrong moment, especially when there's too much whiskey. I think, I don't remember what channel it was even in. It was in someone's Discord, I think. But someone mentioned that I tend to keep people at arm's length until I've warmed up to them. That's a very accurate assessment. It takes me a while to warm up to people. I don't even remember whose Discord that was. Maybe Theo's, maybe Melky's. I don't remember. I don't know. But they're not wrong. You fixed the cache thing, though? Nice. What was the fix? Was it the revalidate stuff? Okay, cool. Hold on, sorry. I gotta pass this one thing on to work. Hold on, sorry. I just gotta paste this for work because someone's giving a response. Okay, sorry. Just, I'm doing my job here, passing on some really good feedback from one of our ambassadors for Get Crackin' stuff. So I had to pass that on. I will say, I got about an hour-ish left in stream, so give me a sec. I'm gonna pour one of these. We're only going to have the one. Because I'll probably have another in Seattle. And make sure I pick up some pizza tonight. Do my tasks as a developer advocate include coding? So I've got a really good podcast episode coming up. I did the interview yesterday with Carter Rabasa from DataStax. He's been a developer advocate for years, since Twilio, back in 2012 or whatever, long time. And one of the things we even ended up discussing is that developer relations or developer advocacy are completely different from organization to organization. And when you try and define DevRel, developer relations, or developer advocacy, the pillars of those things are really three things. There's content, which is blog posts, videos, whatever. There's community, right? Which is working with other people in the community, bringing their feedback, passing on information from them to the devs, and passing on dev information to the to like your community, right? So being a two-way kind of like microphone and megaphone to pass information between these people. And then there's like a third part that's product. And product might seem like it overlaps a little bit with community, but really consider community more like meetups and things like that too. Whereas product is taking a developer-focused mindset and bringing it to the product development lifecycle. So as an example, with the CLI tool that we're building at GitKraken, that you've seen me use a little bit, I am advocating for the developer that we need auto-completion, right? You need to be able to like type part of a command, right? So GK space whatever, and auto-complete the rest of that command, or at least get options for it. Without that, it's an unusable tool, right? The usability of that tool is really bad. And I have to keep pushing because there are people who think that's a nice to have. No, it's essential. People aren't going to use your tool if it sucks to use. It's that simple. So I have to advocate for the developer in that. The CLI tool we're using it right now. So let me just show you real quick. GK WS, right? This shows, or hold on, GK workspace. Oh, yeah, WS is it, list. So it's a CLI tool in which we can see like what workspaces I have. But then we have another thing called GK or GK work list, which is we have this idea of a thing called a work item. And this is the core main functionality of the CLI tool right now, where I have two repos that make up this work item, my back end and my front end. In the past, I would have used a mono repo for these things, but in some cases, you don't have a mono repo, but you want to treat the work like it's in a mono repo. So basically, when I created this work item, it switched to our main branch for both of those repos and created a new branch based upon this name. So the add events list page branch is created in both, right? I can then do something like GK work, like first I would want to add stuff, right? Add blah, blah, blah. Then I would do GK work commit, and I could even do -- AI, and it would create for each of those repos a custom commit message that is unique to the work that happened in those things. So I could get commit messages for both repos, maybe 3 or 4 with one command, right? Really cool. From there, I could even GK work push, and it would push everything up to, your cloud, whether it's GitHub, Bitbucket, or Azure DevOps. And I think GitLab might be in there too still. I don't remember. I'd have to look at the full supported amount of things there. We'll give it a sec. I thought I delayed the ads. We'll wait for the ads to finish. Let me find some more music while we're waiting. Oh, bummer. It gives me time to pour this beverage. Okay, you're back, I think. Let's give it a few more seconds so that everyone else is back because it's inconsistent there. But the basic idea is I could then do a GK work push, and it would push up to both, like, remotes. And then from there, I could even do a GK work PR create -- AI. And that would actually create the PRs for those things too. I've run into an issue with that here, but I was on an older version of the CLI, so it may have been fixed, and we just haven't had a chance to check that yet. So the idea is that we could generate the title of your PR and the general description for you as well. So, and then once those are merged, you could do GK work end, and it will take both of those branches, delete them, and switch you back to your main so you're ready to start another bit of work. Which is really cool. What I think is maybe missing from that step is once you've gotten those things merged, you then need to actually pull things in, right? So how do I pull down both to make sure they're up to date? So yes, there's a lot that we're ambitiously trying to do, but the idea of a work item is something that we think would be really useful for devs. Now, we're Get Kraken, so our desktop tool will have the idea of a work item built into it as well. Get Lens will have the idea of a work item, but this is our CLI tool, which is a lot more fast and loose. So we're able to like fiddle with it and try things. And, you know, this is our initial way of testing out this flow. I think it's a really cool idea. I just think there's a lot of rough edges, and as a developer advocate, I have to speak on behalf of devs and use it, right? Yeah, workspaces are great. They're a cool feature. So yeah, did that explain it? And then back to what we're getting at, right? So Abdu, you asked what a developer advocate does. In my role, they really prefer that I focus on video content, but in general, I do more than that, right? I work with our ambassadors. I respond to stuff in our public Slack. I'm listening to social media and maybe catching some comments and things that we could respond to. Like when Theo posted, PR review is not a solved problem. I passed that on to our social media person, currently social media person, that we should probably respond to that in some way. Maybe quote tweet it, whatever. But like, yeah, some of this is that I'm just out there talking to devs every day, more so than anyone else out there at the company, right? They talk with each other, but, you know, some of our team doesn't even use GitLens, or not to its fullest. I have to talk to devs that do. So that's part of my job. It's based on the Git diff. I'm not sure about the entire mechanism of it, Abdu, but something like that. I would guess that the PR description is maybe based upon like the commits, but I don't know for sure. It should be based on the diff. I don't know. I'd have to double check. So real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. But I hope that helped explain what developer advocates kind of do a little bit. Did that help there, Abdu? Let me know if I can do a bit better. And you said your coworker uses as well. He is insane at switching tasks between workspaces. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind getting some of that user feedback at some point. That'd be cool. I get it, Abdu. Yeah, so that's not necessarily, like, was their title developer advocate? Because to me, that just sounds like straight up support. And we have support staff. My role is not specifically support. I do bring feedback from our ambassadors, but I don't necessarily deal with like issues, like bugs and stuff like that. We totally have support staff for that part. All right. So back to this bit. So Abdu, you had a good point where like maybe the time that it was posted should be under the name. Maybe? Or is this good enough, right? Is like the an hour ago here just fine? Like we do need to add the posted by. We need to add like the who, like maybe here, from, or something. I probably want to add quotes around this or something. One thing I want to do real quick, because I think I really like this idea, is the snippet should actually be part of our label. I'm not sure we need the div. I was thinking like maybe I wanted to make it hidden. Ooh, but I'll make this a span. Right, so then you click this and that shows and hides it. It's a little nicer, right? I don't know if I want it to be like you click here and it does it, but you click here or you click that and it does. I like that too. I'll probably want to get a better icon instead of just those Unicode carrots, just because they seem a little outside the brand. Stack Overchill, it's actually not as much of a flex as you would think. No, so it's Comic Sans, but I made the ligatures for it. An avatar? I don't know if we get the avatar. And when we think about it, the avatar might not be on every platform. But yeah, just as an example, if you see this thick arrow here, right? That's just made from other characters in Comic Sans. But yeah, the avatar is maybe tricky. It's not that tricky. Posted by is a bit too verbose. I could see that. Okay. Yeah, and similar to your comment about where this should live, right? The an hour ago would probably then get stacked when we go to this size of things. And this snippet would get even shorter. But when we're at least at this size, I'm not sure the posted by is actually necessary. Like having it here in the list. For the details, right? Instead of posted by, maybe it's author. I don't know. That part's less important. Yeah, like typography wise, like some of this stuff needs to be bigger and smaller text. Here's what I want to do first then. On the back end, let's look at what we get again. I think. So hold on. They've got jet. They've just got the jet stream here. But they've got another thing too. I saw a post about it earlier. What the hell, man? Is there like a Blue Sky Devs account? ATProto community, maybe? That might be it. Nope. Yeah, that's their goal. Their goal is to be the decentralized, non-Musk social media platform. I just saw this message earlier that they had another firehose. Swag dev. So, real quick, we only send a notification as events come in, so we're not going to look for previous messages. It's just not a feature. This page is for if no one has any notifications set up. Gray's Turbo Stream. There we go. Grays.social. Oh, I get it. So Grays is like a separate thing. Ah, that's what I saw. Yeah, the CEO kills it. I didn't have a long conversation with her, but got to meet her at the ATProto conference, which was cool. So hydrated metadata. This is very cool. Wow, their docs suck. Like, they can't even format code properly. Let me get more music going. No, I'm gonna play the music I play. Like, come on, we don't do song request. I don't like the idea of depending upon Graze.social. What do you mean by that, Colton? No, like, this right here is the URL. api.graze.social app API v1 turbostream. They are the ones handling the hydration of the metadata. You can use the song command whenever you hear a song you like. Maybe, Colton. I don't want to self-host that either. No. This is brand new. This is the only hydrated version of all this stuff. If I want that hydrated data without having to fetch it myself, this is how we have to do it. Or I can make the same hydration requests myself. That's it. It's really not that complicated. And what the hell is WebSoCat? Anyone ever used it? I think just for the sake of testing, it's probably worth it just to install. That was a lot of stuff. Oh, man. So it's fast, at least. But yeah, we see the object start here. So then hydrated metadata, we see the user, we see their handle. We see the link to their avatar. Meanwhile, if we just do that with the jet stream, right? Each message is pretty scarce. All right, we see the whole message here. So the kind is a commit, create. The collection is post. We get the record itself and the text. We don't even get like the user at all. Hmm. Yeah, that's not it. They do plan on open sourcing, but they're not there yet. What due diligence is there to do? If you really look at it, it does look kind of like a mountain range, like the person was saying. That's kind of funny. Zoomed out, it looks like a vast mountain range. Yeah, it does. That's kind of funny. Or like an old school Nintendo game's ocean, like choppy water. That's kind of funny. No, I'm not on Instagram. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing? Okay, so I'm so surreal. No, I'm real. Was it the Nintendo joke? Probably. Probably. Yeah, exactly. Touche, touche. All right, so they are going to open source it, which means we could just switch up what we listen to. So here's the thing. Bandwidth wise, I really don't like the idea of spinning up a service like theirs because the ingest will be free, but the moment that I start sending this to my application or my application starts listening to it, that becomes outbound data from wherever I host it, right? Like the egress cost. But I could host the turbo stream on a place with reasonable bandwidth costs. So what is that, Hetzner? Linode, just straight up, Linode's better. I think it's really funny when companies just totally start listening for other people's keywords. Linode's better. Like, dude, that's kind of bullshitty, right? That is kind of bullshitty. Try Vulture instead. That's fucking hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. Well, hold on. What happens if we search Vulture? How deep does this rabbit hole go? Okay, no one's... Vulture's not big enough for anyone to do like a sniping of that. Okay. DigitalOcean, Linode's better. Yeah. Hostinger was... Hold on, wait. No, like, Hostinger's just saying, like, we're good. They're not saying we're better, right? So, yes, like, they're sniping the keyword, sure, but they're not directly referencing the thing that you Googled. So hold on. DigitalOcean. What's another one we could Google real quick? Wow, nobody is sniping the Vercel name for sponsored keywords. What? Why would someone not do that? Okay, all right. Someone's blowing it at those companies. Heroku? Oh. Hold on. So, this is social media worthy. Oh, now we're just not seeing the sponsored by links. Wait, what the fuck? Come on. Show me the sponsored links. Ah, weak. Do I have to like log out? Do I have to do a private thing? Yeah, I know. This is the one time I want the sponsored links. What the fuck, dude? The one time. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. The one time I actually want the sponsored links and they're not showing them to me. This is bullshit. What they're actually doing is they're listening to my ranting and they're like, "Oh shit, hide the sponsored links. He's on to us." Right? That's what it was. That's what it was. Dude, none? Does that service just randomly go down at Google all the time? And that's something they don't want people paying for Google ads to know about? That is interesting. So I'm going to have to clip what we just did on stream. No, they don't. Well, okay. Actually, you're right. Damn. No, you're right. It costs real electricity to render a light bulb in a game. That is genius, Vector Hacker. You're not wrong. That's kind of genius. I'm so upset about that now. There we go. Oh, but they were taking down the Linode link. That's what they were doing. They were taking down the Linode link. Maybe it's something they do to keep from overcharging Google Ads. Like users, like vendors. I think that's something they're doing, right? Because if they kept charging people for impressions based upon just refreshing, companies would be pissed. So, hold on. I at least know it's like somewhere around here. There you go, Vector Hacker. I used to work at a company that had to send out a memo, right? Like, hey, when you're Googling for our website, stop clicking the sponsored link. It costs us $5 every time you do that. He did. It was pretty funny. Stop clicking our sponsored links. And they would send to internal employees. It was pretty funny. What's up, Spexty? How you doing? I'm doing well. How about you? Stop clicking our sponsored links just because you don't want to type in our super long domain name. That might have doxed what company it was at this point. If you know my history enough, you know what company it was. Here's how to bookmark stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, funny stuff. Okay, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to look at Hetzner real quick. So 20 terabytes of traffic. That's in and out, right? What companies have free egress? UpCloud? I've never heard of UpCloud. I think it's a backup company, right? So not what I'm looking for. Oh, there's Linode's better. Have I considered that Linode is better? Well, I mean, okay. Because they're shoving it in our face. That's what they get. Damn right. That's what they get. Really, they are not better. That is basically nothing in transfer cost. You got to spend $500 a month to get the 20 terabytes. Oh, sorry, only 400. Linode is much worse, actually. Like, what the fuck, dude? Hetzner is just a hosting provider. They're primarily in Europe. I could have sworn they had some USA hosting. Yep, so the AMD stuff is available in the US. But your traffic is way lower. Interesting. So, does Germany have some laws about bandwidth cost or something? Yeah, I don't necessarily want to go with some crazy fly-by-night provider. I want to at least use something that is known. I clarified what I meant by what laws. You started typing that to be snarky before I even finished my sentence. OVH, why'd you make it so hard to figure out how much you cost? Unmetered. All right, so OVH has unmetered bandwidth. All right, so, and yeah, when they say unmetered, there's a star, there's an asterisk. Here it is. There's the asterisk. For VPS solutions hosted in Sydney and Singapore. So everything else seems pretty good. Well, here's the thing, SwagDev, I don't actually care because I'm not going to be doing any persistence. So OVH and their data center catching fire doesn't actually matter to me. All right, so at this cost, that's not so bad. I won't need more data than that. That's a pretty solid core. The bandwidth is good. And we could operate out of US East VA or US West Oregon, which means that they're using AWS. I'm just looking at where I could potentially host a fork or a copy of Gray's Social's thing, just because I don't want to trust Gray's Social to be there forever. But the code that they've written is on top of ATProto, and if I could self-host their code that does all of the data fetching BS, then we're onto something. So then I'm no longer waiting on them. I just need to worry about ATProto going down, and I don't think that's going to happen. But I don't know about Grays.social. That's one step removed from the ATProto firehose that I just don't want. So instead, if I needed to host whatever they got here that they would open source, how much would it cost me? Where could I put it? And that's kind of what we're considering at the moment. So I want somewhere with either unmetered bandwidth or really, really reasonable like traffic values. And here's the best part. Like, I don't care that much about the latency, so I could just host in Germany if I actually wanted to. Like, that's not that big a deal. I could just host in Germany. That's fine. Because an extra, what, 100 to 200 milliseconds doesn't matter in this case. Even if it's the round trip, an extra 400 milliseconds doesn't matter in this case. We don't need someone to get something the moment it's posted, as long as they get it within a minute or two. Right? We're going to be dealing with latency of posting through Slack's APIs, of posting through some SMS API and how long that takes to deliver. The latency of posting through email and those servers, like all that stuff. Like, yeah, we're not worried about real time. We just want to respond to messages in a timely manner. And the entire reason we're thinking about this is because Abdu brought up a good point that on this page, it would be really nice to have the user's profile image and a bunch of the metadata that describes them. Like, technically, with what we're listening to firehose-wise, we don't even get their name. All we get is the message text, basically. Right? We get the link and the message text, and that's it. So something like Graze.social's firehose, or whatever they want to call it, their turbo stream instead of jet stream. I think there's a lot of value to that. So we could build on their hosted turbo stream, trusting that they will just open source what they make. And then when it comes time to actually push this to production, then we're set. And wait, what was quite a lot a reference to? And I forget what Nango is. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. They hydrate this stuff. We just looked at it, Lightspeed. They hydrate the metadata. We already saw that they had the link to the avatar and all that stuff. I just don't like depending on a third-party service. Technically a fourth-party service at this point. I mean, this is almost what I'm saying I don't want to do. I don't want to rely upon a middleman. Yeah, no, this is the exact opposite of what I'm looking for, Colton. I don't want to rely upon a middleman. If Nango disappears, what then? Okay, so you could self-deploy Nango. Perfect. All right, then we're good to go. So that's what you're saying, right? Being able to self-host Nango is part of why you went with it. Got it. So it gets back to the problem that we're trying to solve then. If we wanted to show the user's profile image, do we need to show it here? I don't think we do, right? We would show it here when we're fetching the remaining data. And yeah, technically we don't even have their name, right? So that foo bar wouldn't exist. So some of this stuff would also have to be a skeleton loader. And yeah, I don't know if I like Neo-Brutalism's skeleton loader. We might go with a separate skeleton loader anyway. Like, just Shad CNs instead. Unless there's some config we could pass for it. But I think this is a good stopping point, because I do want to make it to Seattle for this event tonight. We could give it a background, but we'd want the background to fade too. And animate pulse might do that. Like, let's look at that real quick. Yes, we can do that. That's easy enough. But yeah, with all the other stuff we'd have to fetch. Yeah, username, avatar, contents, link. Those 4 things would actually live inside of the contents DB. So yeah, you wouldn't see it until you click, this to show it. We lazy load it in. Boom. Yeah, I like that. Presentation completed, even gave a live demo. Ooh, Lithium. You tempted the demo gods. You better make an offering. How do you make an offering to the demo gods? So you gave the live demo as an option, but with the caveat it could fail. How do they know you're not just building vaporware? Ooh, yeah, that's tough. Yeah, what would the sacrifice be? What would you sacrifice to the demo gods? Like, burn a sheet of graph paper? No, not your nice pen. No, right? Because like prototyping, no, you'd sacrifice like a shitty Bic pen or something, right? Or break a pencil in half. No. Don't sacrifice your nice pen. No, you just break a pencil in half. Or break the tip off the pencil and then just resharpen it. There you go. That's how you sacrifice to the demo gods. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that. Don't do that one, Lithium. The demo gods would spite you for your hubris at that point. I don't know. I'm kidding. But yeah. All right. Yeah, this is probably a good moment to finish up stream for today because I got an event to go to in Seattle. You'd sacrifice your next project's demo to the demo gods. There you go. Yeah. Which is how that would work anyway. So yeah, tomorrow we will jump in. We'll switch where we are getting our metadata from and how we're getting it. And then once we've done that switch, we'll start populating our content database or content table with all the metadata that we don't have, like the user image, etc. Yeah, I think I like it. Feels pretty hipster? Yeah, I get it. You too can be hipster if you want. You can imagine a charting library? Ooh, yeah, we should probably definitely get some charts going at some point. Duh. Duh. All right, so we see JD does dev, we see Falonier, we see the Code Drift. Oh, I see someone playing Oblivion. I'm super jealous. Yeah, I want to play Oblivion here soon. Yeah, let's go raid Code Drift again. I don't normally end early enough to raid him. So let's do it. So yeah, we've got a good plan for tomorrow. I like this. I think it's a solid plan. Thank you all for hanging out on YouTube and here on Twitch. Appreciate all of y'all. We had a good time today. We got a lot done. Right? We didn't have any of this made yet today. We didn't have the endpoints that we were hitting for it. So yeah, we made some really good progress. We still got way more to do. But I like it. And yeah, someone made a comment about Skyfunnel. The word Skyfunnel is just a placeholder. I don't remember who even made that mention, but yeah, it's just a placeholder name. We got to figure out a proper name here soon. Because I think Skyfunnel's taken by someone somewhere. I don't know. But later, YouTube.